mechanism for you to say day will come
Predictive
now.
mechanism.
Yeah.
No, it's
Why you don't
post-fiction.
you don't take pragmatism as an acceptable reason to assume, the next day is going to be like it was today?
Hold on, Jedi. If I say I have loaded dice here, this die will always roll a 6, and you roll it 100 times every time you get 6, and then you say on the next roll I'm gonna get a 6. Is that a prediction?
No, you're talking about the sun. And you're talking about making a prediction about the sun's motion. These aren't really predictions; they're post-dictions. We've
But you're not
observed the
answering
sun.
my analogy.
Okay, I'm just going to mute again.
But you didn't answer my question.
That's rough. That's rough. Oh, he's just muting himself. I thought he was going to mute you, Rich. That was crazy.
No, he's just muting
Yeah, I thought
himself.
that's what he meant. Oh, man.
The problem is that
That's
your
wrong.
idea requires the surface to have a specific type of geometry. It doesn't.
I actually muted Jedi, by the way.
So I don't know what you're going to do about that.
Well, I think you might have forgotten my point there, T-Dub, which was that the only mechanism we have to explain day and night, length of a year, seasons,
Right. Yep.
all of that entails the heliocentric model.
Yes, and that would require the surface you live on to have a specific geometric form, which it doesn't have. So it cannot be correct. I'm sorry.
Well, how can that be how can it not be the globe? And then we explain
That's not my
day
problem.
and night.
That's not my problem.
Seasons, the length of a
not
year,
my problem.
eclipses.
Not my problem. That's your problem.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stick with the thing that actually has explanations that are within a coherent
Okay,
framework.
you keep going with the thing, right, that you don't have the required surface geometry for. Okay.
Well, I mean, we've obviously measured like spherical excess. So, I mean,
Rich, have you been here that long to where you're explaining all these concepts?
No, I haven't been here that long because they banned me, and then I went off and I learned a bunch of concepts about flat Earth, and now I'm back, and they don't know what they don't know what they've unleashed.
All right, Epsilon,
have you come
what's
back
your
with a
idea?
vengeance? Is this what this is?
Yeah,
Now
exactly.
I'm gotcha.
This is my redemption arc.
Gotcha. So we should be fearful. Here he comes over the horizon. Gotcha.
You're going to see the top of me first.
Well, of course, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense on
a flat surface? So we can demonstrate on a flat surface. Okay.
with a giant lens, sure.
Without
the giant lens, not too much.
Here's the explanation, Rich. There's stuff on at the bottom, and there's no stuff a little higher up. So where there's stuff, like where there's stuff at the bottom, it's harder to see. Where there's no stuff in the way, it's easier to see. There you go. So you got a little bit of mist on your little ocean horizon as you're approaching like a pirate, and you're wondering why we don't see the bottom of it.
We were just talking about how when you see me coming, it's going to be the top of me first because I'm coming over the curve.
Yeah.
Whereas if things disappear over the horizon because of angular size, you would just see a very tiny me. And then I would just get bigger and bigger.
That depends on your relationship to the surface that you're on.
It's not the tiny size. The Rayleigh criterion, it doesn't really care what you or me call like the surface, like where we make our man-made distinctions and say, hey, right here and there is where it needs to act. It doesn't care. It's just gonna move where there's.
I mean, if it's in the room with us, we might as well ask Rayleigh criterion. Do you care?
Do you care? No. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't care what we call the water, and then we call the boat, and we call the Rich. It doesn't care. It's just going to meet these two little, I guess, what you would call like rays of light. They're just going to merge into one. That's it. It's not going to care what you call it. Now, you see the picture that he has, Rayleigh criterion. Yeah, that's what you're calling like. Well, look, there's the bottom. Just that little dot. That's the bottom. But it doesn't care. It's just the light that bounces off the object and just merges into a line, left to right. And it's not about how small, like this. I don't know. It's not like not resolving the bottom of the ship. Like the light in reality doesn't care what we call a ship. It just doesn't care. It's not. It's just not that complicated. And the cool thing is, like, I guess you can. I mean, I guess you can grab a basketball and demonstrate your curvature, but we can also just grab these. We can do the same thing and demonstrate the Rayleigh criterion. Yeah, but the cool thing is the Rayleigh criterion that happens always, everywhere, all the time. Doesn't matter if you're on a flat surface or a bumpy surface. It's going to happen no matter what. You require you require the curved surface, and that's going to be specific.
What do you guys? I'm going to send this into the side chat. What if?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
yeah,
I thought you were going to put it in a side chat. I was going to ask you, Epsilon, what's because Rich said he has a good explanation for like the duration of a year, right? There's
no, I'm not rich. So rich, I'm not rich. I concede.
Wait, you're not?
No, I'm aware you're not. I'm aware you're not rich, but like, how do you think, right? How do you think, right?
How do you think Rich thinks?
No. How do you think the explanation of a year, right, which is the position of the stars being the same? How do you think that a globe best explains that?
I would say that I have no idea. I'm experiencing what I experience, and I'm just like you guys to where.
Listen, you probably all right. Well, listen, I hear you.
Sorry to hear that.
No, I just day to day.
Well, I'll give you a little more info, right? Like, say maybe you've seen these things on you've seen these things on TV on a commercial, right? You can buy a loved one for like Valentine's Day.
I can't prove that I'm having a circumstance that I can't prove that I'm having a circumstance, and I don't know if I'm using the 24 hours. That doesn't exist. I don't know. The Earth to me seems to be flat, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I was just wondering, how do you think the globe? Like, so you can get this thing for like Valentine's Day. So go get your loved one this thing. It's going to show where where the stars were on the day that you met, however it was, like a year ago, 2 years ago. The stars will be in that position, and they're going to be in that position again and again and again. That's what we call like the year, where the stars go back to the same position. How do you think a globe best explains that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm too dumb to understand.
Okay, Rich. Then
I wanted to talk about something else.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about what if we have a flat Earth, right? There's a flat Earth, and then we're in a dome. But we're in a dome.
Let's entertain his premise.
Don't fuck with me here, Rich. But we're in a dome, right? And then there's other domes within this flat Earth, and that's where society lives. Like there's different societies and different domes. What do you guys think about that?
I don't think society is interesting.
I think that's an interesting claim.
You think that's interesting?
I think, I think it's interesting. I'm asking you how you verified it to be true, though.
No, I can't verify because we're stuck in this dome, right?
Okay, cool. So I guess that's interesting. Then
he's stuck in a dome. Where you? Yeah. What kind of dome are you stuck in, dude?
No, I'm just saying, like, what if we are stuck on?
Oh, I'm not.
No, what if we are on this flat plane, right?
Well, we are on a flat Earth. We are, yes. Uh-huh.
He's saying that we're on a flat Earth and we're obviously contained by a dome. Outside where we are, inside this contained dome, there are other domes that contain other societies.
That would be great. Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. So far we've got that's an interesting idea that no one's verified to be true.
Yeah, but okay, so you say
Well, the
that
good thing is, hey, dude, the good thing is you only need one sun. It would be like having a bunch of greenhouses in your backyard, and you only need one light spinning over it because all the greenhouses will still get the light. You
no,
see
but
what I
what if
mean? That
there
would
are
be a
many?
great idea. Good idea.
What if there are many suns though? What if there's many suns?
That would be awesome. That means there's a whole bunch of your domes in your backyard.
Yeah.
What if there are many suns? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, what can you see, like, let's say we are stuck to our plane and our vision. Like, for example, I know that we can only see so far with a camera, right? And when we see with a camera, as far as it can zoom, we can still see this fake horizon that people are saying, right? So we're not able to see as far to these other suns that exist that are going in a circular motion around our circumstance here. So there might be other civilizations that have the same thing. What do you guys think
I
about
think
that?
I think this is a tax write-off for some of us in here. We can actually put this as some kind of like charity work that we're doing right now.
Ken, I
Oh,
think it's
charity.
an interesting idea.
Okay. Okay.
My
Okay.
bad. Can I? Can I don't mean to step on your toe there.
Again, we're not going to get much further than that, though, are we? Because
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
what they are. They're your interesting ideas. Now, I say interesting, it's kind of interesting to me. Might not be interesting to somebody else. But unless it's validated to be true, they're just your suppositions, I guess.
So true meaning like the senses that you use, like the five senses: sight, hearing, sound, all these sound, sight, touch, all these things.
Yeah, you haven't been there to see it or touch it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if I know, like, okay, so if I ran from here to, let's say, the southern hemisphere, and it's night there, our sun is moving. Like, how is it moving? Is it just because it's on like one side?
No, it's above another location. You've gone
Yeah,
somewhere where
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
not
It's
a.
at the moment it's at the northern hemisphere, but it's not on the southern.
Oh, he thinks he lives in little half bubbles. Hemispheres are
What?
bubbles.
No, no, no.
So
I'm saying this on a
you think
flat Earth. I'm saying this on a flat Earth.
on a flat Earth there's only light in the northern hemisphere? I say that with quotation.
Wait, say again. I didn't understand that, Jedi.
Sorry, I might be following you badly. You're saying there's only hemisphere?
Yeah, yeah, because like let's say I'm on the southern
Yeah.
hemisphere where like supposedly what globers think is that they think that the seasons are different, so the sun sets a little bit it rises a little bit earlier, or and then it sets a little bit earlier as well. And then on the northern hemisphere right, it's the opposite. So like like what is that like? Like how do we explain that?
How do we explain the sun's different
Yeah.
motions across
What
the
yeah,
earth throughout the year?
yeah, like what does that do? Like how do we do that?
It's the sun's motion across the earth. We,
It's
we,
sun's
we
motion
define
across.
seasons as to where the sun appears into certain locations relative to our position. In the summer months, let's say the sun appears higher in the sky and I see more of it for a length of time. We define the winter as when the sun's highest peak is still relatively low in the sky and we see the sun for a relatively shorter amount of time.
Oh, I
So
see.
all
So
of these
okay,
things are going
oh,
to
I
be
see.
defined by the sun. You asked me to explain something. I don't
Oh,
follow.
so almost like the sun kind of it goes from a lower circumstance to a higher circumstance. So it's kind of like in a loop where it goes lower and higher. The only way that I can say that is that it goes like in a circular motion, right? So it goes from like being in a lower circumstance and then it gradually goes to a higher circumstance and then it comes lower again, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so are you describing like a pyramid? The sun's getting higher and then getting lower, up and
Yeah.
down in one circular motion. But that's
Well,
not what we
specifically for
observe.
the sun.
That's not
Specifically
what
for
we
the sun.
observe, though. I'll give you the example. Right now, I can observe the sun for 6 months inside the
Yeah.
Arctic Circle, move around me. But if I had a friend in the Antarctic Circle for 6 months, it would be perpetual nighttime. Right, I would not be able to see the sun from this location for 6 months of the year, approximately, until those 6 months passed, and then I observed perpetual darkness in the Arctic, and the observation in the Antarctic was the land of the midnight sun. We observed the sun for, so that's two circles.
You're saying after 6 months it sort of flips, and there's this.
Yeah, because I'm trying to follow your energy. It's like just one circle, but it appears that the sun.
Okay, interesting. I wonder why it does that.
I don't
Do you
know.
have any like why would it not be continuous?
I guess you'd have to ask the guys as to why he decided to do the things that he does.
That does make sense.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Well, yeah, it's like that was really my question. I was just curious about that. I was just wondering why 6 months versus the other 6 months. There's a difference. It can't be the sun. It must be something to do with.
Why can't it be the sun?
What? The Earth doesn't change every 6 months. The sun does.
So the sun changing every 6 months.
No, every day actually.
Well, yeah, but what do you mean by day?
It doesn't follow the same track till another 365 or 4 point whatever days from now.
Yeah, but that's using a Glober's method, right?
No, that's flat Earth.
No, that's observing what the sun does.
Okay, so flat Earth, 365 days. You guys agree with?
Not quite. No.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the other guy was saying, Professor Triangle. I'm a little bit confused.
It's 365.25, by the way.
Yeah.
Fuck off, Rich. Yeah, 0.25, nerd. So
You have a birthday on February 29th, and everybody hates you.
All right. Well, let's not let this nerd get us.
You've had a good amount of time. I have to concede something to Jedi very quickly. Jedi. Rayleigh criterion is based on angular size, so it is based on the optical limit of like someone's eye based on the wavelength. So I was a bit misguided in the point I was trying to make before. But what I did come to realize is if the reason that we see as far is because of the Rayleigh criterion, then we then we should be able to make an observation deck that could see across the entire Earth, or at least see the nearest obstruction of meaningful.
How big should the Eiffel Tower look from New York?
It would look the same height. It would be a different angular size.
Wow.
Rich, I don't think you're reading my snapshots that I'm sharing to you in the chat, where it says
I'm trying not to.
That the Rayleigh criterion and the internal total reflection serve as a brick wall when it comes to optics.
Huge air
regardless
quotes.
of a brick wall, regardless of telescopes and zoom capability. I don't think you're catching on.
Right, because when you have a particular diameter length of the aperture of the device that is doing the observing, you have a brick wall in huge air quotes in terms of the distance that you can make out an object. But with our ability, like especially on like the Hubble telescope and whatnot, we have the capability of having extremely big diameter of.
Dude, you said Earth.
Damn it, he said Earth, bro. You know what you're saying, Evan? There is no fucking Earth. Earth assumes that we are living in a sphere. You fucking dummy.
Wow.
Based.
These guys are just having a hard time.
But when you increase the diameter of the aperture, you're able.
How big do you have to make the diameter so you can see the Eiffel Tower?
Is this guy a fucking mod? Like, this is ridiculous. You can see things that are an extremely small angular distance, and this is all what the Rayleigh criterion states.
Man, look at this guy talking logic. Holy shit, bro.
So how
Come on.
far can you?
Dude, hate this
How
guy.
big of a diameter aperture do you need to see the Eiffel Tower from New York?
I don't know. I can math it out for you. Would you
Yeah,
like
go
to
ahead,
know?
do that. Yeah, do that. Mm-hmm.
I think they
Okay, I'll
got
do
one
that in
in
a
New
bit.
York. They have one in New York.
When we're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, does that have anything or deal with anything to do with the atmospheric extinction coefficient?
Atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Yeah, how far light can pass through standard meteorological conditions before it disperses. Right, the same reason why we can't see the light at midday at the bottom of the ocean, because it has to pass through that water, and eventually the water will disperse it over, say, 500 meters.
And the problem,
Conversely,
okay,
the
so
air acts the
I
same
will do,
way, and approximately at the distance of about 250 miles, light will not be able to penetrate. When you said brick wall, that's how it's described,
Yeah, the
as
Rayleigh
a brick
criteria.
wall that the light can't penetrate at approximately 200 from ground level, standard atmospheric conditions.
But that's not the reason that we don't see far, right?
So that's the reason we have that's the reason we have bottom up
Sorry, hold
displays.
up. Foggy day. Right, this is what I'm
No,
talking
yeah, you
about.
got a
Now,
blindfold on.
over
Okay.
distance, hold on. Over distance, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, more air to look through. So eventually that's going to be so thick over that distance that the light isn't going to be able to penetrate that atmosphere. That's why you're
How many
looking
miles?
down about 250 miles, something.
How far do we see on average?
Oh, we don't, dude. We're talking about absolute conditions with about getting the big aperture, right?
Right. So bringing
Yeah.
up the
So how
atmospheric
far can we
attenuation
see?
coefficient isn't really
Yeah.
relevant because we're not seeing 300 miles on average.
No, but if you're going to be making a big aperture, how far are you wanting to see?
Across the Atlantic.
Okay, so we're definitely going to be talking about 3,000 guaranteed is going to be meteorological conditions. I've
Okay,
given you
that's fair.
standard
That's fine.
ones.
That's fair. That's fine. That is a limitation on my my thought experiment, and I'm totally willing to grant that all the charitability, right? But
Thank you.
that's not the reason that we see the horizon as we do right now, right?
Yes, sir.
The horizon as we do right now,
Yes, is caused by what?
that can be caused by meteorological conditions, but ultimately is caused by the optic that we look through.
By that logic, we should be able to zoom with the best optics that we have and see a lot. Like, talk
About
about see too
250
far.
miles.
We don't see nearly as far as we do as we would expect to on a flat Earth that's merely limited by that coefficient.
Well, the limitation of how far we can see being the optic that we use, the altitude above the surface, let's say that's
Of course,
always the same, and the meteorological conditions.
right. But as soon as this argument cuts both ways, when you increase in altitude, you're decreasing the pressure of the air outside, right?
It's going to depend on the pressure and the density of that air, right? Now we've already
That's
decided.
fine.
We already agreed that making the two observations, one horizontal, one downwards along the hypotenuse, different atmospheric gradient. Now you brought up a
Yeah,
distance of about 500 meters up, if I remember correctly, and there wasn't that much of a difference. You said,
yeah. It was like 0.9, or it was like 96, 97%.
okay.
But when
You're
you're
talking about an
like,
object
if you're
that's.
talking about the long distance photography from airplanes that get the world records, that's not it's
I'm not
beside the
talking
point
about.
because
Sorry, I
okay,
wasn't
good, good,
talking
good,
about
good,
that.
good, 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 good. If we're talking about at sea level, the amount of
Yeah,
distance that we should be able to see, if the reason that it's being obstructed is based on the attenuation coefficient, then we should be able to see I looked it up and I have the linear attenuation coefficient.
Okay,
which is
so
how
it's
easily a
going to
volume of material
depend.
can penetrate by a beam of light, sound particle, or energy.
Going to depend on the angular size of the object and what we're looking at and how fucking. We can see a mountain, for example, that's 3. Okay.
Can we get something to be constant, and just for the sake of argument, say that we have something that is capable of like immense levels of zoom, and then we can say the light can only travel through the air so far. We're talking about hundreds of miles. Yet when we're at sea level, we don't see even 100 miles.
Okay, so this is why I brought up at 100 miles, right, at relative sea level. So that can be kind of arbitrary. We can maybe even say 50 meters, right? It's going to depend on the angular size of the object, the distant mountain. Some of these distant objects that have a large angular size can be perceived like hundreds of miles away. Again, we look at the long distance
necessarily
photography.
Height or necessarily size?
It's going to depend on both, I think.
Well, I would definitely argue that the height is going to matter because of the curve of the Earth. I don't think that something being large horizontally, like let's say you're on one beach, there's a beach 100 miles across the water, and there's something that is the same height as you, but is 100 miles long. Right?
Same height as me, but 100 miles long.
Yeah, so along the other shore, it's 100 miles. So it's a huge thing. You should be able to, and it's a pink wall. You couldn't miss it. You can like based on your assumptions, that object should be large enough for us to make out, right?
Well, if it's 6 foot, but horizontally miles long, those horizontal lines are going to compress.
I don't know. Because the wall wasn't made well?
With distance.
The point here is that
it's like looking up a skyscraper, right?
It can be a large object width-wise, but you still won't be able to see it. We won't be able to zoom in to see it because it ends up being on a curve.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you explain the black swan then?
Obviously refraction, man. We're not going back to day one, are we?
No, but you're talking about what we should see on a flat Earth. Conversely to the obstruction caused by the Earth's curvature.
What I'm doing, my point is we don't see far enough for it to be flat.
See far enough.
Exactly. As opposed to we see too far.
Hold on. I've pointed out we see as far as able to, depending on the optic and the meteorological conditions. Of course. Height, but we always keep that the same.
Right, but if it were flat, I would expect to see further.
Why?
Because of the explanations of the limits of vision as presented by flat Earth. Those atmospheric effects that you're describing, right, within your limitation of vision, as those have been described to me with the atmospheric diffraction coefficient or whatever it is, when you have those, then we get distances of hundreds of miles. But when we look in reality, we don't have these same distances.
It depends on what optic you're using.
Well, I'd love to see a sea level observation of hundreds of miles.
Wait a second. How do you know you're not seeing that far?
How do you know you're not seeing that far? I've never heard that.
How do you know that's what that far looks like, or not?
That is the
because we have known.
Maybe that's how. Maybe that's exactly what that far looks like.
Because you're telling me something I know is 5 kilometers across the lake is like you're saying. Well, what if it isn't?
Oh, so you're not talking about like thousands of miles across an ocean, then?
We wouldn't be able to see that based on the attenuation.
All right, so we look across the lake and there's a mountain in the background that blocks the rest of our view. Oh, good job. What are you talking about?
It's a lot more enjoyable when you're not so angry.
So what are you talking about then, bro? I'm not angry.
Okay, what I'm talking about is we don't see as far as we would expect to.
How do you know you're
on
not?
the
How do you know
flat
you're not
Earth?
seeing that far? How do you know you're not seeing that far?
Because we have known distances that have been measured by surveyors.
Yeah. To what? To horizons?
So when I look out and I see a thing, I go, that thing's 5 kilometers away. And then I know that's 5 kilometers away. You get me?
But they can't see behind it because it's a thing sticking up in front of blocking their view.
So then when I look out over the ocean and I look where there should be, when I look out where I should see something that's 300 miles away and I don't see it,
like what?
And no one's capable of seeing it. No one's ever observed. Show me not seeing it.
Show us the observation of you looking towards something that's 300 miles away across the ocean.
I should just take a selfie. This is me not seeing it.
No. Hold on. That is the observation. The observation is what Rich is saying.
Where is the observation? Show us. Show us you looking out over across the ocean and not seeing something that's 300 miles away.
How big's the thing that you should see?
There.
Yeah. How big is this object?
That was like a very dumb question. But anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
No, hey, how do I know if he doesn't show the observation? Maybe he is seeing it. And just saying he doesn't see it. I need to see the observation. I need to see what he's talking about.
Sir, call me a liar. I will not stand.
Well, are you talking about a specific example where you went to see if you could see the thing 300 miles away and you couldn't see it? Did that actually take place?
Brother, oh my God, dude. Okay.
Come on.
Well, he had to leave. He left. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he left.
Earth is round, by the way. I don't know if you guys know, but
can you at least get a little bit further away from the microphone?
The Earth is actually round, so you guys are dumb in the head.
Stop spitting into your microphone.
How do you guys not know that the Earth is round? We learned this in like first grade. You just don't even know. You don't even know how the Earth is.
Can you stop spitting into your microphone?
Pretty obvious, to be honest, that the Earth is round. I mean, we've had the Earth figured out for like thousands of years. Did you guys not go to school or something?
Can you get a little bit further away from your microphone?
Were you guys homeschooled or something? Because it's pretty obvious.
There we go.
All right, so Jedi, let's go. If nobody else is talking, Weird Strange. Yeah, Weird Strange. You're gonna have to relax, buddy.
Just
All right, thank you. All right, Jedi. So, for anyone who believes in the flat Earth, there was a video not a video, but the photo that I sent, right? Let's say it's up here. It's a little bit up on the side chat. What do you guys think about this concept? Except take out space, take out the other Earth. It was an AI generated photo. Maybe I didn't do it correctly. What if this exists, right? What do you guys think about that? Right? Because you can see the sun, right, in our little Earth. But then, like, what about these other places? Right? Do you guys think that that's possible?
I think all things are possible, mate. I mean, and I don't mean that as all at once. I mean, I don't know. It's possible, I guess. But like I said earlier, dude, it's just an idea.
Fair.
Got no way of finding out, right?
That's true. We have to use empiricism, meaning we have to try to use our senses to understand the world around us. We see, we test, and then, we stick a stick in the ground, and then, sometimes it's not the same. And then that's how we understand the winter solace, these things, right? So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Why are you so infatuated with these ideas of other domes?
No, because I kind of want to understand, like, what's I've talked to you before, Jedi. I'm just really trying to figure out, like, the end goal, right? Like,
the end goal. Oh, it's not
yeah,
this.
like, okay, so, like, like I said before, communities and things of flat earth people, right? And I'm not opposed to it. I think people live and let live, right? I'm just very curious as to how to understand this worldview, because how is it that we're able to understand winter solace, for example? And then if we just start, like, throwing around equations that cannot be proven, or you just deny, like, what people say because it's not provable by, like, whatever metrics that you want to use, et cetera, which is fair. Like, I get it, because in your case, you can't prove it. I just wonder, like, for me, why can I not believe in that version of Earth? Right?
Because
What if that was true?
because you can believe whatever you want to, but we must understand that when I say belief, that's kind of acceptance without evidence. You touched on it earlier. We try to deal with what can be empirically validated to be true. And in this regards, that's the surface measurement of water or the earth, salt flats or whatever. So in this regard, it's the surface measurement of the earth. I don't know about other domes, dude. For me to make claims about those things, I'd have to experience
Yeah, you wouldn't, but
them. They'd be true.
the mathematics of a flat Earth,
What?
though.
Okay, be more
Absolutely.
specific. What math?
So, saying that, because you're making the claim that you understand empirically, meaning what you are able to know, test, and sense of the
Yeah,
flat Earth, right?
yeah,
So you know this to be true. Okay, I
yeah.
have no problem with that. What I'm saying is that, how am I okay? So if I have a different perspective from you, and you understand that we have different perspectives, what are you holding to be true that I necessarily cannot deny? My
Yeah, okay,
experience,
so
like,
you said
okay,
this, that you've got a different worldview.
yeah,
What's my worldview based on?
no idea. I'm just telling you that I have a different.
I've already told you.
Yeah, you're saying that you have your empiricism, right? So you,
Yeah, so that would
what
be
you experience.
specifically, sorry to interrupt, specifically the surface measurement of water. You can know that too.
Okay, so you can. So right now, you have done the surface measurement yourself of the whole Earth,
No,
or
of
Got
a
a measuring
subsection of
cup?
water.
okay.
Let's put it like
What does
this,
that mean?
right? I don't have to measure the entirety of a curved surface to know that if I measure a small bit of it, it's going to be curved, right?
Okay, so if I go to, like, if I go to the end of the beach, the edge of the beach, and then just, if I'm a dumb guy, right? I go to the edge
Hmm.
of the beach. I have a measuring tape, and then I look at from the edge of the beach, and then I take it to 12 inches, right? And then I do 12 inches, and then I put it measure from the beach to the water. Now I know what 12 inches looks like. What do I do with that information? Because that's my empirical evidence, right? That's what I know.
That
What do I do
that
with that to
doesn't
measure the ocean? How do I get from there?
Following with that example, bro, can you help me understand what you're doing with the tape measure? Is this a horizontal measurement? Is it a vertical measurement? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just talking about like empiricism, right? I'm just trying to have you educate me. Like I just want to
he's
take a
asking you
ruler,
why the tape
yeah, a
measure is.
12-inch ruler, and I go to the edge of the beach, and then I measure where the water starts. I understand that we have high tides, low tides, so maybe that's let's forget the moon. Fuck the moon; it doesn't exist. We live on flat Earth. How do I
Wow.
when I touch?
Wow, dude.
No.
So now you're obviously being disingenuous. Everybody can tell. So you can relax for half a second. Yeah, the moon doesn't exist. That's what we said, right? Can you get me a sound clip of anybody here saying that?
I swear to God, I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. I
Why do
swear
you
to God.
think there's no moon?
Okay, there is a sun and there should be a moon. Okay, cool. I get you. But I'm
Should be a
saying,
moon. No. Do you see a moon at night?
yes.
So there's a moon?
Okay, I agree with you. Yeah, but I don't know if that exists though. So I don't know. I'm
You don't
doubting.
know about what you're seeing exists? No, you can see it. It's a light in the sky. There's the moon.
No. I don't know if that moon actually affects the tide. I'm just telling you what I've been indoctrinated to believe. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the light in the sky doesn't exist. You're kind of being incoherent.
That's why I specifically said high tide and low tide. That's why I said
so you're at the beach, you got your tape measure, and I presume we're measuring vertical, and what the water's going up and down.
Right. And then that's what people tell me, right? They tell me that the moon is what affects the high tide and the low tide, right? So because of the gravitational pull, but blah, 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 blah. Fuck these people. So what do I do if I take a ruler that's 12 inches and then I go to the edge of the beach? How do I now understand the ocean?
Holy cow, dude.
I tell you what, you might need a little bit. You might need a little bit more than your tape measure. You might need to go to the other side of the lake. Let's say it's 10 miles away. You might need to get a camera. You might need to get both, let's say, you with a laser and a camera, let's say both 12 inches above the surface of the water, 10 miles separate.
Why would I trust the camera? Because the camera has like these numbers, right? If I use let's say I take a Canon camera, one that's digital, and then let's say I have a laser attached, and then I use ComSci in order to create like something that tells me the distance between the laser and where I'm at, right? And it gives me this.
We don't have to use that.
But I'm just saying, why would I believe that though? Why would I believe that laser? Why would I believe it?
Because it's a leveling. I mean, it's because it's a leveling tool. It's a device. This is the practice that we're going to be doing from this moment onwards. We're going to be surveying across the water. We're going to use two heights.
I get what you're saying, but I just can't trust this laser that's telling me the distance of across the lake. And
the laser's not telling you the distance.
It does.
The map's going to tell you the distance.
The map? Who made the map? I don't trust them.
A cartographer. Why don't you trust them, dude? It got you to the fucking location, didn't it?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that what they could. That's like me picking up a map from anywhere, and then they scramble up like scramble up. And I got this from somewhere.
Let's use a specific type of map pulled for you to find distances because of the scaling of the map. Let's say that the map has surveyed the area and knows the distances and area of the lake.
Yes. But
you using this map can estimate the map's distance between the two locations. You with your fucking tape measure or ruler, notice my tone's changing because you keep talking through me. You can measure that distance. So you can measure the distance between the two observational points across the distance of water, and you can measure the height above the sea or water level.
The thing is that why do I have to use their metric system? Like, why do I have to use what they did?
You're fucking trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely asking you.
Why do we have to use an agreed upon fucking standard?
Any method.
Yes. Is there any method that I can make for myself? How do I make my own map?
I'll tell you what, if you want to come up with your own standard of measurement, Use your fucking elbow. I know your big toe if you want to.
That's why I used a ruler. That's why I used a ruler, and then I wanted to come up with my own system. But you denied that, and you said that other people have a better system, and you said pick up a
No,
map.
dude. What I'm
Yeah, but why
pointing
you gotta
out
use a
is we're
ruler?
going to
What
be
if the rules
using
all
agreed
the
upon
ruler's all scrambled
conventions.
up?
Hold on. We're
Okay,
going to
so that's
use
the
agreed
same thing
upon
like me
conventions,
saying,
right?
well, Jedi, that's the same thing. You told me to believe in someone else's map. Why would I believe
No,
there are
God,
many
dude.
Earthers? Why would I
Believe in somebody else's math. Do you understand what a standard measure is?
But I would be
Like,
believing what other
for
people have told me to be
example,
true.
a milliliter of alcohol.
Yeah, but I don't
So you
want to use
understand
a
that we have
milliliter.
agreed upon
I
conventions,
want
right?
my own measurement of what that means.
Okay, then
I
go
don't
and
want to
fucking
use
do
anything
that then.
It's not a real milliliter. Why would I use someone else's empirical evidence and then go by what they want? Why don't I create my own system of thought?
Then fucking do it, bro.
Do you
Go
understand what
fuck yourself. Go
international...
fucking do it. This came from tides. We're talking about fucking tides, dude. Now you're talking about
Sounding
how
like
fucking
Terrence Howard
empirical
right now.
systems are not to be trusted.
I don't know what to do with you, dude.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's
you
okay.
should
I'm
look
sorry.
up Terrence Howard,
I gotta go
and then
think.
he'll
I gotta go
see what
think. I'm
kind of a
sorry,
fool
guys.
he's making of himself.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about me.
I,
All right,
I,
I'll talk.
honestly, dude, I gave you my time. I'm lost.
I'll talk to you guys.
I'm gonna come up with my own fucking meters. Anybody else? Anybody else got any thoughts, comments? I don't like the concerns bit. Things they want to raise,
Yeah,
hills they want
that
to
guy
die
is
on.
retarded, bro. That guy was retarded as fuck.
Yeah, yeah. What about you, my friend? You're not as retarded as fuck, are you? Well, there's over 20 people in the chat. There's lots of names that I do recognise. Some names that I don't. Starting at the bottom, we've got AG. We've got Sasha. T-Dub says who. Rayleigh Criterion. What's up, gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. We've got Q. Semi-gone. What's up, Q? Hope you're doing well.
Good evening.
Quiet Noobs. Hello, mate. How are you? Sorry, I thought I heard somebody there.
Kids hunting ops are good. And nothing there ain't no discussing. Grab your guns, cause the Brits are coming. Shoot man up. In London ain't no repercussion. See the feds. We rushing. Grab your guns, cause the Brits are coming.
That was entertaining for a bit.
Yeah, I kind of want to see where that was going.
Yeah. But still, like I said, lots of people in the chat. Quite Noobs is here, playing in truth, over fences. What's up, guys? No tanks, hope you're doing well. MG478, I'm not going to pronounce the rest, not quite sure. But hello, welcome to the channel. Medina, hello, Lats. Josh has joined us, that's always fun. Flying A is here, that's a YouTube bot. Flat Hulu, or Hulu, Effie Batman, Alaskan Malamute. We got Cider Filer in the house, Bert Durkin. What's up, Bert? Hello, MG. You got something else for us? Right, good, fair enough. But like I said, guys, lots of people in the chat. There's a couple of YouTube bots as well. A person has joined us. Hello, my friend. 20 Cups is at the top. But yep, like I said, there's a YouTube bot, so please be mindful we are live streaming 24/7. Getting the name from on YouTube. If anyone's got any comments, points I'd like to raise, hills I'd like to die on, please feel free to unmute yourself. If you haven't spoken, tell us your name, say hi, introduce yourself, and bring forth your point. Yeah, that came across right. But yeah, let's not have too much dead air. If anyone wants to bring something up, let's have a conversation. MG apologises for that farting. It's not quite sure that's what that was, mate.
I am not British.
Wait, what? Okay, I'm
It's on Facebook thinking you're bad, mate. I lined every last one of your birds up. I'm bombing one by one. Fucking bear rat mush! I'm gonna get my Aprilla.
Oh, he said sorry again in the chat. Let's unmute him. How about this flying guy? Hey, flying guy, you seem kind of interesting. Yeah, it says here in your profile you're an artist. Is that true?
Yeah. I'm an artist. That's well, not very good artist, but
okay.
I'm learning.
Something that comes up often in this topic is depicting like the vanishing point in art. Is that something? Were you taught that or no?
I'm self-studying. I'm not getting taught it. I'm doing game design and production now.
Okay.
Yeah.
As an artist, do you understand what perspective is?
Yeah. The further away something is, the smaller it gets. The closer it is, the bigger it is.
Yeah, cool. So eventually, something will become too small. That's what No Tanks was talking about with the vanishing point.
All right.
It's how we also depict a horizon, the vanishing point of the surface.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Square, if you draw something in 3D and you want to make it look accurate, vanishing points is one of the main points that you want to learn when you're studying or teaching yourself how to draw.
All right. Thank you.
You're recreating reality, and with it you need accurate mathematics. A vanishing point is a very strong premise point to start with.
like flying. Some people get like in this conversation, right? They say, "Well, listen, I know the Earth's a globe because when I look at the sun, it goes down and down and down and down, right? But as an artist, like you as an artist, right?
Yeah.
It might not be surprising to you that as something moves away from you, it appears to go, but doesn't actually go down. So to you, it's probably not shocking. To some others, they think there's only one explanation. It must be actually going down.
True, but something could be said here that if an object goes behind another object and then obscures the object from vision, when you say that object has disappeared in some sense.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, it disappeared from from me being able to see it. Yeah, still somewhere.
Yeah. Hmm.
I mean, you being an artist, I don't want you to not show me art. Like, you know what I mean? Like how would that be relevant? Like, oh look, as an artist, I can draw over top of my drawing, and then the other drawing disappears. That's not interesting. It's not art.
Yeah. True.
It's like a cover up for a tattoo, maybe.
But sometimes you need to, for like art, if you want to get like pretty good, you sometimes start with like a base or like a rough sketch, and you use that sketch to draw over it and more like perfected lines to finish that piece. So, in a sense, you might be drawing over something that you've just drawn, but it's been used as a tool to make something better.
Yeah, but then you're just sketching, right? If you want to make it if you create a character, you want to look at its anatomy, right?
Yeah.
So you understand that there are certain proportions, distances between the fingers and the knuckles, to the elbows, to the shoulder, etc.
Yeah.
The same goes when you try to draw
A
something
person
in
who
perspective.
thinks all the time has nothing to think.
Sorry, I muted him.
It's the same as when you try to draw something correct, like a shape, like a circle or a square or a triangle. I mean, you can just draw it 2D, but if you want to
Yeah.
add perspective to it, depth to it, you need to uphold certain methods which make it look, feel, and mathematically be correct. So it's a replica. So if you
Gotta add
draw,
light
what you
in.
want to do is like teach yourself the methods into how to draw. Like just sketching something, like we can all make doodles, but to make it actually correct, like draw a building, draw a street with a building with a couple of windows, and not just one window, like one in front of you and a couple lining away to a distance. Like how does that look to the eye perfectly? Can you just freestyle that, or are there methods to it?
There's definitely methods to definitely using perspective, like the 1 point perspective for buildings, because they're very like angular, and so it'd be very useful to use the 1 point perspective to like draw like a simple like cube, and then block out all the windows, and then block out
Takes a
certain
simple method, but you can make amazing things with it, right?
Yeah.
But it's a tool, it's a method to replicate reality, right? And that method can be applied in real life as well when you look around you and you look at a horizon. If you ever noticed that, like if you stand on the road and there's like trees at a certain
Yeah.
distance away from each other, if you want to
I have
replicate it, you're kind of doing the same thing. You're just like drawing from a dot, which is the end of the road, and then towards you, and it upholds the same spacing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But it's a line. There is no curve when you look at it, right?
Yep.
You don't draw a curve either at the end of it.
Nope.
It's cool to hear that you're working on art, man. Keep going.
Yeah. I've been pretty busy with game design production because I've been at uni, so it's been on a bit like a back burn, but I've been slowly trying to get like 10 minutes of drawing every like week or so.
Nice.
Just like Yeah.
Gotta stick with it, man.
Yeah, I will. It was a
was
fun
neat.
conversation. I'm probably gonna go to bed. It's really late where I'm at. I just want to pass some time. Hope you
You have a
guys
good
have
one,
a
man.
nice day, or night, or evening, wherever you are. Peace. Bye bye.
Yo, who knows why the Artemis 2 mission was delayed?
Government shutdown.
Wait, actually? Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't really know, but that comes to mind. I don't know.
I know there were some people talking about it earlier, like 10 hours ago, but I don't think I was able to hear.
I think it's weather related. They don't want to pull another Challenger.
Oh, got it.
Oh my goodness, it's my flat Earth friends.
Hi, how are you?
Dude, how's Agartha doing?
How is the Earth doing?
How's Agartha doing? Do you believe in Agartha?
You mean like Agatha Christie?
Does anyone here want to smell my farts?
Bro, why you Glover so weird?
Flat Earth, flat Earth. Do you guys really believe that the Earth is flat? Seriously? Like, for real?
No.
Can you guys give me an example of why you think the Earth is flat?
There's no measured curvature.
There's no measured curvature? But didn't they debunk this already?
With measured curvature?
No, there was a guy on YouTube that tried to measure the curvature by like using shadow and light and pictures. And then by doing so, he fucking measured that there is a curvature.
Oh, how much drop over distance did he measure?
I don't know exactly, but maybe you can search that one. Because to be honest with you, if we haven't seen a flat planet out there else, how do we know that this one is flat? Right? Like the Earth, like the sun isn't flat. We see it to be a disk in a sphere. The moon is also a disk in a sphere. How could it be
Who
flat?
says Earth is a planet? We're not proposing that we're a flat planet, bro, in a solar system.
You're not suggesting that we're
Actually,
a flat planet.
no, I posit to you that that idea of there being a solar system in a big, empty, expanding vacuum void of a universe, that's not true. So we're not in a big universe. We're not in a solar system. Those things in the sky are not what you've been told.
So you think that there's nothing out there?
No, I never said that. There's lights up there, but the interpretations of them are incorrect.
So you do believe that there is a moon and that we're in a
There's a
solar
light in the
system?
sky that moves across the sky nightly, except for when the 3 days that it's a new moon and you can't see it, and we identify it as the moon. We call it the moon.
You think that it's like a light bulb or something?
No, I just see it as light. I'll grant you that at sometimes, like I look at it and it appears to have texture to it, like it's a surface, right? But what that is, I don't know. For all I know, right, that's just a smaller portion of a much larger area that I can't see.
Interesting.
Who
man.
knows? Who
To be
knows
honest
what
with
it
you,
is?
I'm not sure. How does that feel? How does that feel for you thinking like that?
Who the fuck are you?
Honest? Feels honest?
I mean, I'm not trying to judge. Excuse me. I don't mean to judge to sound judgmental. I just
look. You can look at the moon all day long, and the only thing you can yes, you can look at the moon all day.
We're just trying to. I don't know who this guy is. We're just trying to
can
have
I
a
explain?
conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to.
Man.
Yeah. So why are you talking over me then?
Whoa.
Okay. Really simply, I'm gonna explain T-Dub's position. Okay. It's really simple. We look in the sky, and the only thing we can say for 100% certainty is what it looks like. Its composition, how old it is, where it is, all those things are inductive inferences that you can't prove.
Okay, and again, I'm saying I'm not judging. Okay,
It's not about, this is pure logic.
and
You can't
I'm
refute
wondering,
this. It's a logical fact that
how does
it's
it
inference.
how does it feel for you
We're
to
not the
believe?
topic here, brother.
How do you believe?
We
How
are
does it
not the
feel?
topic.
You're not the topic.
No, flat earthers are not the topic. See, it says
But
flat earth, not flat earthers.
I mean, I'm curious as to how you feel about like thinking that the moon isn't necessarily real in that term.
Who said it wasn't real? Now you're straw manning.
Oh, jeez. Nah, geez, man, I feel like you're kind of like in
I don't
an
care what you feel,
insecure
dude.
position.
I'm not insecure at all, dude. I'm pointing out your fallacy.
My fallacy of what?
Yeah, like when you make
I'm
up
not
what we
trying to.
said,
I'm
that
not
we
trying to
said the
back
moon
into you
isn't.
into wall.
Dude, really simply, I'll fucking mute you. When you say that we said something we didn't say, that's a straw man. We didn't say the moon wasn't real. T-Dub just described looking at it. Obviously, you look at real things. So, why would you think the Earth is a planet?
Why would I think that the Earth is a planet?
Yes.
Because in terms of the physics, right? Like if you take, we're 70% water, right? We experience different forms of life based on studies, and that models of a solar system. For example, gravity, a fully encompassing gravity can result to a sphere, right? Like a sphere
Okay,
is
can you
just
show those equations?
yeah, I think they've done that before.
You think? You don't, not
Yeah.
sure? I'll guess
Well,
what
I
it
mean, it's geology isn't really my specific study. I'm more into like international relations, but I'm more curious as to like how does it feel being a flat earther? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, we have to deal with people like you that think we're like, we have actually a name for people like you. It's called zookeeper. You try to come in
Zookeeper.
here. Yeah, you're a zookeeper. You coming in here to look at the zoo. Oh, what are you flat earthers? Look at the zoo. Oh, it's one of the freaking biblical flat earthers. Over there's a Muslim flat earther. There's one of the atheist flat earthers. Like, bro, you're not in a position of any power here. Okay? You're probably the most ignorant person when it comes to this topic in this chat right now. Everything you said about gravity is really like 9th grade level nonsense. Do you know how the theory of gravity was even created? Do you know that Newton repudiated his own theory? Do you know any of that? Did they teach you any of that in school?
What was the term? What was it?
Well, Newton wrote a letter that said basically anyone that believed it was retarded.
What was it called?
His letter?
You said you were talking about a term or something like that.
Gravity? What do you mean?
You were saying that there
Zookeeper?
was no. After that. I mean, it's okay. You were saying something about a term of like a different version of gravity or something.
No. The theory of gravity. The universal theory of gravity, universal law of gravitation is not actually a physical law. Okay? It's not actually a physical law. It's a
You said
geometric
that
law.
gravity, the gravity that I mentioned was like ninth grade crazy.
9th grade level understanding of the concept. Because it's just a concept. It's just a hypothesis. It's not actually even at the level of theory, because the fundamental parts of the hypothesis can't be tested. And I'll give you an example of what can't be tested and has never been tested. The cause of a falling object is mass attracts mass. Now, no experiment has ever actually been done that proved that, because that experiment can't be done. Because whenever we drop something, they all fall at the same rate. So what do? How do you actually manipulate the independent variable to change the effect? Do you think it's mass? I manipulate mass. I drop a bus. I drop a bowling ball. They both fall at the same rate. Then I can't say that that's the cause of a falling object, because that's what the scientific method is. You have you observe a natural phenomenon, something falling. You hypothesize what exactly is the cause of falling. Okay, mass attracting mass. So you manipulate that variable to watch an effect on the dependent variable. Manipulate the mass. Still falls at the same rate.
So if you were to dig through your version of Earth on
There's
the
no
other
my
side,
version. There's only the version of what it appears to be.
well, I mean, you can't force me to believe what you believe, right? So
No, I'm
like,
actually trying to force you to actually accept what you see. I'm not trying to force you to believe anything. I'm trying to acknowledge that the Earth looks flat and appears motionless. Do you agree with that? That if you climb a mountain or fly in an airplane or go to the ocean, it looks flat?
but a perception of an animal like
Okay, don't give me the
myself,
excuse why that is. Just tell me, does it look that way?
sure, why not? Yeah.
Okay, so your initial impression, hey, that looks flat. Awesome. But that might not be true. It's not proving it's flat. But why would you think it's anything other than that? Because, yeah, you can come up with other shapes that large enough they would look flat too. But you know what also looks flat? Flat things. So why would you go out of your way to construct something of why that you're on a flat looking globe and your whole reality is an illusion? All I'm telling you is the Earth looks flat because it is flat. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. I mean, heaven
Okay,
forbid I try to
so
get you to believe your own eyes. I know I
if you
shouldn't
dig
do
into
that,
the
right?
Earth, if you dig into the flat
Oh,
Earth, on the other side would be what?
there is no other side. The Earth is not in space. It's not a disk. Okay. Okay.
Then what
So
is
let
it?
me. The Earth. It's not in a category. So have you ever heard of the Copernican principle?
That the sun or the Earth revolves around one or the other versus
No, that's
the
the
heliocentric.
Copernicus. Yeah, well, that's the Copernicus revolutions of the heavenly bodies, but it's based upon something called the Copernican principle, which is a philosophical position that the Earth is not unique and it holds no unique position in the universe. Okay, so if the Earth is not unique, right? And like you said, like the moon's round, the sun's round, the planets are round. Well, if the Earth's not unique, then the Earth obviously should be round, right? Because it's just like everything else. But the thing is, the Copernican principle is philosophical. There's no basis for it. There's no actual basis for the idea. It's just you start from the philosophical assumption that Earth is like everything else, and then you construct a reality from that. So when you see the planet and you see the moon, you go, oh, they're round. Earth is just like them because Earth's not unique. Well, maybe the Earth is unique, and it's nothing like those things. It doesn't resemble like those, and the things that you mentioned about Earth, life and plants and trees and frickin' water, none of those exist on any planet.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of art do you like to indulge in?
Art?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a broad art is a broad category, dude. There's
Well,
sculpture, there's
well,
freaking
what do you like? What do
piano,
you
there's
like personally?
I don't really do art. I'm not really an artist.
Okay, I don't want to sound mean. Maybe you should go out there and delve into some art, man.
Well, I did do comic books when I was a kid, but I'm a little too old for that
Well,
now.
there you go.
I don't know how
Right
art
on.
is gonna. I mean, maybe you should do art, and you should like if you do. Have you ever done perspective drawing?
I've done I would call myself an artist.
Okay, so you've done perspective, illustration, drawing, painting.
I don't want to seem like like a arrogant piece of shit, but one could say that I'm well rounded.
Is that a yes?
Wait, what was your question?
Have you ever done perspective drawing?
Perspective drawing.
Yeah, drawing in perspective. First person
Isn't
perspective,
drawing
second
always
person.
perspectives?
No, not necessarily. There's inverse perspective, and then there's no perspective at all because you don't have to draw that way. Chinese frickin' didn't draw in perspective.
It's like, you know, giving your artwork a 3D feel.
You know how things
Rather
vanish
than
on the horizon
I mean,
in art where all the objects.
I'm not what you would call formally trained in the arts. I've delved into it. I've spent a lot of my time in the arts.
Okay. So you know how they make a work of art look like a 3D video game? You know what I mean? So objects in the distance appear smaller. That type deal in the painting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. Perspective. That's perspective. When like if you had a row of telephone poles that go off into the distance, even if they were the same height, they would look smaller and smaller and smaller. It's actually there's a name for it. It's called linear perspective, and it's half the size equals half the distance, or half the size equals double the distance. So something 20 miles away will appear half the size of something 10 miles away.
Have you heard of the what was it? The turtle universe theory?
Are you going to start trolling now?
No, okay, yeah, maybe I should leave if this is getting kind of crazy. I was just thinking about how
Well,
like
I don't know what you're bringing up. We don't think the Earth is on we don't think the Earth is in space. What don't you understand? We don't think there's a giant freaking vacuum.
Where do you think that it is? Can you tell me?
We just the Earth. Okay, there's the Earth, right? It's not in a container. It's not in something,
It
right?
just is. Like we're just
It just
on it.
is. Yeah. Well,
Like
what
a
do
like an
well,
ant
think
in an
about what
anthill.
let's think about what human beings actually know. Actually, for real, what they
Okay.
actually know.
All right.
Do they know the boundaries of reality?
Maybe some people take drugs to push that. Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
There's
Or
actually
maybe
a study.
they
Hold on,
could
wait,
just be
wait. No,
high.
you got to hear me out. There's actually a study, a DMT study that was done. You can look it up. There's a video. People went into a hospital. They plugged them into, catheters or not catheters,
Catheters.
devices
Yeah,
to
that's fucking
to
kinky.
track to track their bodies. And that was like a mental trip that they took together. So that's a codified way of seeing where like reality to them goes. And they
I'm
said it's
having
like,
a mental trip listening to you right now.
I mean,
well,
I'd have
hopefully
to
it's a
see
good
that.
one.
I'd have to see that. I mean, I've
Yeah.
heard of like anecdotes or where they, there's an ER and they'll stick something like a picture on top of like a bookcase or something, and there's no way the patient can see it, and then they, die on the table, and then are revived, and then he says he saw the picture. There's things like that. There's a whole book about it written by, I think it's a neurosurgeon or EI doctor. So yeah, but I'm talking about the physical and natural world. I'm not talking about the fucking spiritual world or the metaphysical world. Can anybody say where the boundaries of the physical world are? Or the physical universe or anything like that? All of reality, physical reality. Where's the end of it? Where's the edge of it? What is its nature? What's the universe inside? If I go, hey, man, because they say that the universe is flat in modern cosmology. So if I go, okay, if the universe is flat, where's the edge? Can I fall off? Why don't you go there and take a picture? I could say all those things about the modern cosmology. So everybody's always going to have this boundary problem, and it's actually a problem in physics itself called the boundary problem. Okay, when you get to boundaries, and this was proved by Zeno 2,000 years ago, when you start trying to deal with the boundary between and differentiate one thing from another, you have problems of discrete mathematics versus continuum mathematics. It's in logic, just logically, it's
Someone
hard to
tried
do.
to use that earlier. Someone tried to use that earlier against us.
Who? I don't know.
Something about distance. They said.
Hey, Indio.
Anyway,
thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate your words and your time. And
Well, let me leave you with it.
thank you.
Flat Earth is a different cosmology than the one you learned in school. We don't think the Earth is the sun. We don't think the Earth is orbiting the sun. We think the sun is traveling above the Earth. Okay,
I'm not gonna lie to
just
you.
above the Earth. That's
You
it.
calling me a
Going in a circle.
you calling me a
Zoo.
zookeeper now? I'm kind of like, I kind of feel like an asshole. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, we have this. Look,
No,
don't
it's
feel bad.
I just don't know what you guys are thinking. I just that's why I wanted to stay here and chat it up with you. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'm gonna
yeah.
go now.
Great.
See ya.
Great. Peace out, man. Come back. Fucking broke him. Sorry, broke another toy. Mom's gonna stop buying me toys if I keep breaking them.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because
And
it's just too out there. Like they can't, for them. There's only certain in a setting within which we could discuss this, right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand is why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my god, I'm not gonna be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What would my friends think? What would my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they're like they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. And I became flat earther, damn it. You in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. 2026,
Chilling.
easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Cool. Yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's not here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out when he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who is this now?
Because this guy, he was just like a little kid going, but
Who,
why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, ugh. I want to.
Are you talking about Talon?
Nah, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by
Oh,
Mark.
so was he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to like, because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension claim. We're just saying that the surface quality flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? You don't, how far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, what? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, Like, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like, I just lost it with him.
Who was that, Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy, T-Dub, I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that like believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here like the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? So I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day, and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat. That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that because
The other question,
they think that's their ace card.
I
Their
love
ace.
it. That's funny.
the other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a punch. That guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff. And they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a freaking. I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time. But now I know I was just high. Okay? I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking. You know, we even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, that gives you a good buzz. Spin out and see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember,
came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit, there you
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the
Jack Lemmon. He was in a serious role.
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast for that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then. How liberals were and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, you know, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now. All of them. You ask them, should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah, right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
leave it alone.
yeah.
People are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with you know, over there. And if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe.
I
That
don't know.
sounds racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong. Like a
Place where
tribe.
you belong. Yeah. We could be tribe, club. Like hold
Yeah,
hands,
the
sing
Cool Kids
Kumbaya by
Club.
a campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So
Oh my God, do you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted yet.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've
If
had
anybody
very
knew,
limited.
no, Well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection. Do you believe in stuff like that, or
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had a
I don't
few
think you
weird
should, but
experiences.
I think you can.
No. Well, it's
It's
hard
like
to do it
summoning a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed out of my body and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I
Woke up
love
one
stuff
night and
like
I felt like I was floating above the bed, and then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever
This,
tried
boys and
falling
girls, is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or, weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not going to get into like the weird coincidences that people have. And I mean, you literally, you have to actively ignore it to not see it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral
But that's just
projection
a
isn't.
part of but that's a part
Hmm?
of being alive, you know what I mean? That's just one part. Because we also are physical. And it's
Yeah.
the rub, right? The friction between those two things which give life its, its zest or whatever. I don't know what how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure that, we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like, that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then, uh, yeah,
Well,
I
I
lost
mean, you
track of
shouldn't
it.
neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
Well, no, you shouldn't
honing
neglect
and
it.
training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body, and like I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you know, you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. You know, they're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist, certainly. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, you know, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. The people that but the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
You know, I'm
Have
sure
you?
an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it."
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning
dumb.
to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that, like, you know, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, you know, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but but and can never mean anything, right? And like their
yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, you know, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with you
them.
there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle, too. You know, like
Yeah,
that
there's gonna be one
we
free
even
miracle.
exist. Yeah.
I mean, and
Well,
that's
would
what
you
we
say
battle
it
in here.
might not
I mean,
even? Huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are, you know, Christian or Muslim or whatever, and battle us. But it's really, but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just, like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within
a framework of
this is
explainability.
explainability. So when someone says, "Do you have any evidence for God?" Well, you ask them, "Well, what do you accept as evidence?" And they'll instantly say, "Well, I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean, they need empirical evidence." That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative, you're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube, it's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just nut on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like that's what annoys me really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight,
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So they
said, you
believe
should
in
just
atheism.
you should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion,
It's not that many. That's a blown up
Really?
number.
Yeah.
Compared to secular reasons, just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? 70? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God, don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. It's messed up.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
Hmm. So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man,
And
it's not good.
when did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh god. Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
I reckon it's better
Yeah,
than
for people who are allergic to
crocodile shit.
latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah,
Gotta be
it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again? Because
They're called
I think that's where the term
Trojans.
Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies?
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't.
Wow.
They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease. Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. So, yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our. We got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, cause we could go over Earthers. Like it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them because we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. Like, you just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of flat Earth is so simple. We're just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to him, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view
I mean,
themselves.
for their religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers if it doesn't matter? If it's just utter chaos and you don't care and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's
They
what they're.
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
That's so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to go on a t-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna
But
post the.
but Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about, like, most of the people that really triggered Globers that, you know, really hate us, that, like, but they really don't know their own model. And right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's like it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
And, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say, like, in some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is, like, it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. They think like aliens show up. And all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look at there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that, like, when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen, like, in physical reality, your reward, or why go on? And their reward is going to go to space. It's going to be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen, like, the ISS stream on YouTube? In the
Oh yeah,
comments,
the comments. I think a lot of those are
beautiful,
bots. Though.
amazing. Oh, it's just, I wish I could see. You know what I mean? Just the
Yeah.
fawning. It's. Oh my god, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's
I think a
disgusting.
lot of that's bots though, because it's like the same comment over and over again. It's like, are these really not like honest reactions, or is this like just some sort of like looped like bot that just repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls when they go, like, look at
Has to
that.
be.
I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen, and it'll be like, someday I'm gonna be there and see that. Dude, they're showing like the camera's like facing into the void or something. Like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this like I used to joke around too. This romantic idea that they're gonna meet. A lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but like sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're going to find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea of like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, "Oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens," and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from, what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember his name. It's like one of those streamers, and he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like, stream your game. Like, let me laugh at, monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because, like, in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. If you remember the movie. Like, all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of Eggshells, because Eggshells would come in here and stream, like, Kerbal Space Program. And I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like, a black helicopter just lands in your front and yell on and say, "We need you."
did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying, like, that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because he used to say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, what if they're looking for that next that janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to, like, navigate a college environment, or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and, like, clean the floor, but, like, try to have him do, like, just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good
I
example.
was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F? I thought that was like an agricultural.
oh no, let me find it with Google real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're the crack the code. Like, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given. Yeah, that their work was stolen. That documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make
Yeah.
like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
A
think
bunch of
so.
black women did actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something. So she had to, like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom. Where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep South. Like all this NASA shit happened in the deep South, dirty South, and they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like if there's some way of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap. That crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you we went to the moon or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Yes, well, like, it's funny too. Like they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, or 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. You'll look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system. That's hilarious. Look at Rich Evans listening on YouTube. Had to ping me with some bullshit. We are obviously humanity. We are all human. So everything then you take responsibility for too? Or you just pick and choose?
When it's an atrocity, only those that were involved directly, right, suffer consequences. But when it's a positive achievement, like then we all get a medal. Like, you know, we did it.
We eated it. We eated it. Okay.
What?
It's RIP for the grammar of that man. He said we eated it. Let's open up a book. Okay. Let's learn.
Yeah, dude,
Well, that guy
jargon
said
shouldn't.
we did it.
Yeah, besides, even if that's true, jargon shouldn't shut down
Shut up,
all
bitch.
higher. Well, that was a quick spiral. The poly market for Artemis. It explodes. It's like one of the best.
Hey, Crit. That's like I just wanted to tell you that's like you're still that's like, annoying, and I still don't like you. But that's it.
Hold on.
Yo, what up with this disc?
Pretty cool. I'm kind of liking this.
Crit, why are you such a freaking stalker, bro?
They didn't put a year down. Shame on it. Lose that. However, the heart. There's a diamond in it. Needed to pay
Weirdo.
special attention to this piece, okay? Is it that nice of a piece? Very nice. It's a Tiffany, and I don't know how old it is. Be a collector's item, okay? So anyone would be able to get that. Bring it to me, I'll call it.
You guys have to kill your ego.
Very good item. It's a 14 karat solid gold. It's pretty old. Roll them up with the diamonds.
Base is a bunch of propaganda.
So much. The keep getting trapped. Just let me throw it for you, okay? The bracelet, this one is
Can't prove Earth is flat either.
You only see curvature in your imagination.
A theory, bro. Everyone has made a theory. Yeah, yeah, we're just thinking that it's right to believe what you see, but for what you see is some kind of, what do you think that what you see is just an illusion that will deceive you from what it actually is not gonna be, it's not meant to be.
Is the
Right.
illusion of globe curvature or is the illusion of flat Earth?
Illusion to be what you see, it is flat earth, but I prefer it's not, it's a curved one.
Don't you think the best thing to do would be to check if it's curving or check if it's flat?
Yeah, we should be able to do that.
Yeah, we can. We can do that. That's why we exist as flat earthers, Hackle Dog, right? Because we went and checked.
Bro, I didn't mean to be a flat earth. There's no flat earth. That's what I
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
in.
we checked, right? Did you check? No, obviously not, right? You just believe because you already admitted that you just believe what you get told without checking. Okay, we also used to believe what we got told without checking, and then we went out and actually checked. Okay, and it's not true that the earth is curving.
From what you see, it's also gonna have an illusion that will deceive you from what actually it
Yeah, so
has.
that's why we check using equipment, right? Using lasers, using high-powered cameras, checking for the curvature.
So you may think, how does it gonna be from, and some kind of physics forms? It will never get
Yeah,
build.
the physics check out on it only works on a flat earth. Okay, so the physics of water, for example. Okay, water is flat on the surface, and you need to have a container to have a body of water. Right? You can't have a body of water unless you have a container. And then the water on the surface is flat. This is what everybody experiences, right? This is what physics of water dictates would happen.
I don't think that there is an edges of it.
Yeah,
Basically,
we didn't claim an edge, right? You need to have a container to have a body of water. Right, stick with that, okay? Do you know what a container is? Yes, you do, don't you?
of course,
Container?
there have an edges or borders.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you are saying.
Can you repeat back to me what I'm saying, please? Because it doesn't
You
sound
said
like you're listening.
you said that Earth is look like, it's like, even it's is a container.
No, I said to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Do you agree? Okay, if I have a bucket or a pool or a pond, right, you need to have a container, right? These are all containers for the water.
That actually, that
A
is not
lake?
how it
Huh?
doesn't mean a container.
It doesn't need a container.
No,
So
it's
yeah, it
not
does need a
a container.
container. So what happens if I have a bucket of water and then the bucket disappears? What happens to the water? It goes everywhere, right? It's just going to fall all over the ground and it's going to try to find a new container, right? It's going to
But
find a low.
though
Huh?
we have a gravity, even though the container itself gonna got or getting lost, they're gonna stick together.
Yeah, so you're saying that you don't need to have a container to have a body of water. Can you demonstrate that?
Understand what
Or
I'm
you,
saying?
that's exactly what you just said. You said you don't need to have a container to have a body of water because you have gravity.
Oh, I'm out of that situation. I'm just saying is something like a curve. A curve. You know what is a curve? Earth is gonna be. It does. It doesn't have a container. It not look like a container.
Yeah,
You
but
know if
that only
if
exists that only exists in your imagination. That's just a belief. That doesn't exist in reality. In reality, if we want to have a body of water, we need to have a container, and then the water is flat on the surface. Okay, we can check this as well. If you have a look at what Ron H posted on the right-hand side of that image, okay, we're using high-powered lasers, and we're shooting it over the surface of the flat water to prove that it's not curving. So you think the water is curving, right?
yes, that's
Okay,
what I mean.
so if the water is not curving, can you still have a globe?
That's why I'm preparing for. I'm re-
Can you answer my question though? If the water is not curving, can
I'm
you
not
have a
gonna ask
globe?
in the first place.
So
I prepare
it's
for curve Earth, bro.
yeah, but why can't you answer it? It's a very simple question. So you said the water is curving, and I said if the water is not curving, then can you have a globe? And for some reason you refuse to answer the question.
Yeah, it get a.
So it cannot be a globe if the water is not curving.
There's a but there's a gravity. They will
So
stick together.
so so if you have gravity, then the water must be curving, right?
Where's the
Yes,
curve?
absolutely.
So if the water is not curving, then you don't have gravity, right?
That actually gonna make a curve Earth. That's because of some gravitational.
Yeah, so if you have gravity, it's pulling everything towards the center of the
Yeah,
globe, and that means that the water would be curving on the surface.
Nobody sees that or measures that. The lasers measure it flat, just like it appears. So the flatness of Earth is not an optical illusion.
So if the surface of the water is not curving, that will debunk gravity that you're describing, right? Everything pulled towards the center of a ball. If the water's not curving, that debunks the ball. It debunks gravity. Do you agree? Hello? Hackle dog. Can you hear me?
could you repeat what you were saying? I didn't catch.
Okay, so if the water is not curving,
Mm.
that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe.
Hmm.
Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what we're testing, and the water's not curving. So when we go out and test the surface of the water, we can calculate how much curvature there should be, right? How much the water should be curving. We can calculate this based on the
And
mathematics of the globe.
then
Okay, so if
in your Earth, in your flat Earth, why it actually sticking together with the ground, the land
okay,
itself.
yeah. Why is the water on the ground?
Yeah,
Why would the water not be on the ground? Right, the water is more dense than the air. Okay, not all of the water's on the ground. Some of it goes up into the sky. Okay, it makes rain, clouds. It evaporates, right? But the water is more dense than the air around the water. So the air can't support the water. So the water's going to gather in the low spot. Not because of gravity, but because if there was gravity, the water would be curving. But the water's not curving. Yeah, I have a question for. Wait, is he still here? Is he gone? He's gone. Crazy, isn't it, Yoda, how they can't answer these real simple questions.
Yep.
They say, from your perspective, you wouldn't see any curvature. Oh, okay, so you experience it as flat. Oh, well, they can't say it.
Yeah, well, that could just be an optical illusion. Then I'm like, you mean the flat part or the globe part? Well, hmm,
They're scared of the word flat. It's like
yeah.
programmed into them to be terrified of the word flat and earth. Welcome doesn't matter.
They spend all that time with us, dodging the questions, and
Mm-hmm.
even showing signs of deception. And then they ask us why would they lie? Why would people lie to themselves about what they experience? That's the question. Why does this guy want to deceive himself into thinking that the flat earth that he does see and experience is true? He'd rather deceive himself and say it's not true. But then he knows that he can't see the curvature of the earth. So now he can't choose. Is the flat part the deceptive part, or is the curved part the deceptive part? He didn't know which one to pick. Like, do I actually see curvature and it looks flat? Or do I actually see a flat earth and it looks curved? In my mind's eye, which one is in my mind's eye? I can't decide. The flat part or the globe part? Which one is the optical illusion, guys? Am I actually seeing it flat and my brain processes it curve, or am I seeing it curved? My brain processes it flat. I can't decide. Short circuit.
Yeah. Hey, can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Yoda? Yeah, you know this one? You've seen this one, right?
No.
Oh, really? Okay. So in this one, this guy gets some shards of glass that are different sizes and different shapes, and then he puts them on this bit of wood, and then he puts a board next to them, so they reflect the sunlight onto the board. Okay, and then we can see the shapes of the shards of glass on the bit of wood.
Oh, that, and they turn
And
into Aries discs or something.
yeah, yeah. So I was looking up what the cause is for this, and I just found the explanation kind of interesting. Can you guess what the explanation is?
Well, I'd say light that's diffracted and not focused.
So it's saying that when it's closer to the shards, we can see the shape of the shards basically. And then as you move it further away, what you're actually seeing is the shape of the source light, the source object or light. So the sun, because the sun's round, that's the reason that it's turning round as you move it further away. Meaning that if you did this indoors with a tube light, for example, like a 4-foot tube light, then as you moved it further away, you would see, instead of round circles, you would see tube lights. I just found that kind of an interesting. I don't know. I can't see that happening. I can't imagine that turning into little tubes. But that's what all the AIs were telling me. I'm like, so I gave it the example of the tube lights, and then they're like, yeah, they would be tubes instead of circles. What do you think about that? doesn't seem right, but maybe it's true.
Well, I'm thinking about the angle of the light. Angle being more perpendicular to the normal of the source in one case, and in the other case, well, when it's reflecting and very close to the wall, the angles might be sharper. You know, they don't the angles that are created off the reflective surface are not of light. Like the light hasn't spread out. Describe.
Yeah.
So, like the reason why it looks circular is because it's so far away that the light is effectively parallel, if you want to call it that.
Hey DJ, is that reflected sunlight off those shards of glass, or is that artificial light?
That's sunlight.
That is very interesting. It's like it's creating a focal point to make it look, you're saying cylindrical. It looks like it's circle, but it could be like a deep cylinder kind of reflection from a focal point. Anyway, I'll shut up.
So this is what AI said. So it said, so I said if I get 3 different shaped shards of mirror, I have the sun reflect off each shard, and I place a board to capture the reflected light from each shard. The shards reflect the photons from the sun onto the board, and we can see the shape of each of the mirror pieces reflected onto the board. But when I move the board further away from the shards, they turn into perfect circles of light. Why is this? Okay, and it gave a pretty short response. It said, when the board is close, the light pattern mainly keeps the shape of each mirror shard because the reflected rays have not spread enough to mix. You're basically seeing the mirror acting like a shaped light patch. But when you move the board further away, the geometry changes. Each shard starts acting like a small projector, forming an image of the light source itself, not the mirror shape. Since the sun is essentially a circular disk in the sky, each shard projects a circular image of the sun. So close distance, you see the mirror shape. Far distance, you see the shape of the sun. The mirror shape stops mattering, and the light forms an image from the source instead, which is why the spots become circles. And then I said, why would the shapes turn into circles? If the light source was a 4-foot tube light, would they turn into the shape of 4 foot of tube lights? It says yes. If the source were a long tube light, then far enough away, the reflected patches would stretch into the shape of the tube, not circles. As the screen moves further away, the reflected ray spreads and begin forming an image on the light source itself. With the sun, that image is circular, so the patches become circles. If the light source were a long tube light, the patches would gradually become elongated strips, matching the tube's shape. It's kind of trippy, if that's
It's like a
true.
pinhole camera. A pinhole camera requires a focal point to produce the image. Otherwise, it's going to be blurry, and you're just going to see a round circle. So there's like a focal point, right? And so when those shapes start to form, I guess you're focusing the light. And that has to do with changing the angles of the light.
It was
Yes, meanwhile, what's this? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. You go ahead.
It's going to bring up Talon's been in my DMs, 20 Cups DMs, other people's DMs with this page from I don't know what, something written in the 1800s. It looks like they're talking about calibrating an instrument potentially used for sighting. And you highlighted the word refraction. He's like, I got you, MFers. There you go. I'm like, what?
That, I don't know. Were you listening to, I don't know, it was last night for me. We were chatting with Talon in politics. Were you there?
Oh, no. I'd have to
the
go
guys,
find him.
I gotta clip it. I gotta clip it because it's hilariously retarded. Okay, so he was telling us that to account for refraction, you don't have to take any measurements of any temperature or pressure or anything like that. He says it's just a calculation. It's the same calculation, and it's a calculation that you just factor in after the fact, and that's how you account for refraction.
Like 7/6R, just bake it in everywhere.
Yeah. He was completely like calling us retards and stuff because we were saying that that's so ridiculous to factor it in later, that it's just reverse engineering, and he has no idea what's going on with the actual path of light or anything like that. Factoring it in later on.
I used to think he was smarter than this.
Yeah. I was surprised that he was saying that. I was like, okay, this is going to make a good clip. Because
he's basically using the math deception to prove his reality, whatever.
Yeah. He genuinely doesn't think that you need to actually know what's going on at the time of the test with the refractive index or anything like that. It's just you can just calculate it later on.
So God forbid you add some rigor and measure environmental variables. Is that really what he was saying? Don't bother with it.
Yeah, he was, and then I challenged him. I said, give us a real world test that's been done, a long distance observation, where they actually accounted for refraction accurately. And he just posted that, like, some ancient India survey Wikipedia page. It's like, here's thousands of tests, and they accounted for refraction. We're like, oh, how did they do it? It's like they just calculated it. That's how you do it, you idiots.
This is the one where they had like a 10-mile long metal chain that they claimed that they used as a very accurate way to measure, where they'd pull the chain, they'd drive a stake into the ground and pull the chain tight as they can for 10 miles. And knowing how big each link was, they were able to count the links. And then when they're done with that 10-mile stretch, they pull up the stake and they basically leapfrog. They pull the chain again another 10 miles. And they just keep hauling this like over thousands of miles, right?
I don't think that was the same one. I think this is one of the first. I think maybe it was 1911 or something like that. I think it was done using Yeah, some kind of old school theodolite style things. It did have a picture in the article. I don't think I have the article up in my tabs anymore.
Well, they claim to have used that too, but this is for their baseline that they kept trying to measure everything to and from. Anyway, it might be the same one.
So he was basically saying that as long as you do the globe math, no matter what observation you make, it's still a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just reverse engineering. It's the dumbest argument ever. I just find it hilariously pathetic that they have no idea what they're talking about when they bring up refraction as they go to. But they think that they know what they're talking about, but they go against what the mainstream subject matter experts are saying. It's like BYO refraction if you're an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, it's like it's been said many times, that's the only two things you need to maintain your globe belief: refraction and gravity, and not understand either one of them. Go ahead.
The point of frustration with these folks is they'll pull up like they'll pull up one of these articles, not an article, one of these papers, from like 1910, where they conducted some supposedly super accurate survey using the latest and greatest in optical technology of the day. And so you go to ask them, okay, so how did they do it? What was their method as described by the paper? And they say, well, you go read it.
Yep. And Indio came in, right? Because when you talk about refraction, it summons Indio. It's so funny. As soon as it gets into a heated discussion with some glober butchering refraction, Indio pops up, all triggered, and then just wrecks them. So yeah, it was right at the time he was sharing that paper, because Indio's read the whole thing, and he quickly exposed that Talon hadn't read it, right? Because he was asking him basic things about it, and he couldn't answer. So yeah, quite often they'll just share something that they've not even read, and they'll expect us to read the whole thing when they didn't even read it.
Why would they lie?
Did you see that citation in the side chat? You've probably seen it before. It's the 1996 Optical Society of America. I think your friend might have shared that one. It says the precision of modern length interferometry and geodetic surveying far exceeds the accuracy, which is ultimately limited by the inadequacy of current used equations for the refractive index of the atmosphere.
Wow.
Yep, all you got to do to keep the globe believers believing is create a computer model refraction slider. And no matter what you look at, you can adjust that slider and it's still a globe. There you go, guys.
So you need, Dave, you just a slider, and then you can make anything work perfectly on a globe.
Yeah, mountaintops that should be miles under the curve are right there in your line of sight because of refraction, because we got a slider that can do that. Still a globe. There you go.
That's pretty damning, dude. Like, the guy's basically saying that he's model fitting. He's like assuming that the geodetic measurements are accurate. He's creating an atmospheric model of refraction to match the geodetics and interferometry measurements. That's funny. That's so circular. Right? Because how did they create the reference ellipsoid in the first place? Like the Bessel ellipsoid or the area ellipsoid.
I had a quick glance through this. There's an interesting article here as well. It's 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica surveying, and it's talking about how upward refraction is the norm, especially because they were talking about this India survey. And it says like in India, on the plains of India, upward refraction is the norm. And it's like it's a problem for their calculations or something like that. I'll try to find the exact section.
No, DJ, you just gave the concavers some evidence. That's good. Hello, Surreal 791. What say you? Welcome to the server. Okay, doesn't want to talk, I guess. Okay, Surreal, I understand if you're working. It's all good. Anybody else got anything to say? There wasn't a person here, and now they left, looks like. Anyway. Large bodies of water are not curving. Prove us wrong. I'll shut up.
So in India, with refraction being claimed to be more negative than positive, kind of conforms to that paper that India was shopping around for our interest earlier, suggesting that K coefficient rather, instead of being a standard of plus 0.13 or 0.16, needs to be negative 0.03.
Negative 0.03, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which basically means you'd be, if you're looking straight ahead, you're seeing the surface of the Earth instead of the sky. Which means that they'd have to adjust their theodolites upward tilt them a little bit. If they wanted to take a horizon sighting, that means that their theodolites are inclined and not declined. That's hilarious. And then they'd have to adjust them down for negative K.